Hey travelers, and welcome to the Come and Go Tavern. My name is Sheela Ornthalis, and I'll be your hostess this afternoon. Today's kitchen special is spicy chicken with creamy mashed potatoes, and besides that, it looks like Irene is currently available for a full-service package, if you know what I mean. But if you see anything or anyone else on the menu that you're interested in, just let me know, and we'll see what we can do. Today will be my 14th Final Fantasy XIV stream. Ooh, interesting. And we have started the pre-Shadowbringers patch quests. We did a bunch of dungeons last time, and there's a Scion missing to find, so let's go ahead and get to it. As always, I'll be available for comments, questions, and concerns about the tavern, as well as a regular old conversation, so don't be afraid to fill that chat with discussion. Let's go ahead and head on over. Okay, so I recently started Black Mage with a friend who is just starting to play the game. So it may take me a moment to remember what my Red Mage stuff is. Here's hoping it won't be too bad. Oh, right. Right. I lost this the last time.
Yes! This spot shall serve as well as any. I shall enjoy this Han.
I'm just gonna go ahead and skip that cutscene since I already know what's going on. That was foolish of me. Okay, right. Oop. Phase 1 complete.
In death do our souls sing!
Jeez. Oh, jeez. Oh, jeepers. Okay, so that was a warning about how hard those hit. Good to know.
In death do our souls sing! In death do our souls sing!
And... heal myself. Phase 2. Come on. Wait, can I not actually even damage those things? Just keeping myself topped up at this point. Oh, hello? Messed up my rotation. There we go. My ring light also. Hello, Reku! You'll give me a moment. I am in the middle of fighting Sadu, so I can't pay attention to what you've got going on right now. I am fighting for my life. Just go ahead and do that. But yeah, I also just realized, like, my ring light that usually helps with tracking just turned off for some reason. I'm hoping it's not broken. Oh geez. Oh jeepers. Oh no. Don't think I got away from that. Here's the third one. Oh, I think I'm gonna die. Oh, I'm gonna die. Yep, there I died. Okay. Right, so why did my light just go out? Hang on. Hang on a second, folks. My tracking's about to get a little weird. Oh, okay. Alright, so that... okay. I think my ring light just died. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. You know what? I'm gonna give it another try on normal, because I think I almost had it that time. You love how her big trick is exploding. Always works. Yep. I mean, clearly it's kicking my ass. All trackers, joy, iPhone tracking isn't without its limitations, not the least of which being, well, iPhone, at least it's stable. So, yeah. Technically I am on an iPhone tracker, but I found that because, like, the illumination in my area isn't great, it helps to have a ring light. But it's not the end-all be-all if that light's done. And it's only like a $15 light, so I can replace it fairly cheaply. It's just an inconvenience, you know? I wish I had known it was gonna do this, because I was in the area where I could have purchased it earlier today, but oh well. Just gonna do that, and we'll reload a heal to get dual cast up. Yeah, well, like, technically I am using, like, the same, whatchamacallit, same app that most people use for Live 2D. Um, currently, anyway. I did post a new app that's going to be coming soon over in the other VTubers thing on the Gatai server. Uh, because, holy moly, is that some strong 3D backing on that app. But it's not out yet. You know, I honestly don't know whether Vignon uses the true depth sensor. Like, we've kind of talked about it before, but, like, funny enough, like, the most accurate, like, front-to-back tracking that I've ever had was in a program called VUp, followed by another program called QMotion, which was supposed to be kind of a homebrewed, I won't say replacement for VUp, but, like, it was to cover the space that VUp previously occupied after it folded. And that actually used the Unity face capture, which was freaking fantastic. I loved that. It was very simple, very little setup. But, you know, here we are. However, there is a new thing. The app has yet to be named, but proof of concept is kind of out in the world at this point as a Snapchat lens. Yeah. Ow, ow, ow. Stop it. But that has full body, hand tracking, face tracking, everything. And it's planned to be it's solo dev, planned to be a one-time purchase thing. Oh, right. I need to do... Let's just stab them. That's not the person I wanted to target. Yeah. Oh, that's not what I wanted to do. I got her. I got her. Okay. I don't remember if I managed to get this far the last time. I feel like I did. Because...
Yes, yes. Not since
then we also started to fight what's-his-face.
So. Come, we have only just begun.
Granted leave to set the steppe ablaze.
Fuck off, Magni. I'm just gonna go ahead and skip this cutscene because we did see it the last time. It's just Magni being Magni. So what are you up to this morning, Greku? More like Bragni. You get a new facial animation system into submission. While simultaneously reassuring your bosses that no, we cannot in fact. You, please. Retrofit months of work in time for a deadline on the new system. Yeah, no, I've been there, done that. Unfortunately. You know, what, can't you just make it work? Or just make it work is the bane of my existence. You know, like, people being like, oh, well, it's your job to make it work. But, yes, but if it's physically impossible, then, like, just stop it. You know, if you don't know how this works, then you can't expect me to just, you know, do something. The new system is very good. I want to use it, but it's definitely for a version 2 release and not the deadline already on the schedule. Yeah. Gee, I sure wish Kian was actually part of my party so that I could auto-target him with an F key. That would be great. Ooh, that's a tough one. Rude. Rude. Yeah. Oh, right. This is the part I got DC'd at last time. Yeah. Showing off, here's how you use a limit break. Yeah, I'm pretty sure the capacitor in the USB cord for my ring light burned out. Because it was hot as hell at the place where it was plugged in. Thankfully, it was just to a power strip, not to my actual computer. But...
Never have I felt such bliss in defeat.
Do you want a cigarette? Do you want some coffee, maybe?
'Twas a battle to burn soul and flesh to ash. We Dothal will lend you our strength as promised. Narma's power is yours to wield. What does the sun say to that?
The sun is not driven by base motives such as yours. But they have been judged and found worthy.
Hey, bud, your face has handlebars. Right? Exactly. Exactly.
It is the way of the Oranir to accord recognition and respect to the strong. You have made sufficient proof of your strength. The sun.
Oh yeah, you say that as if that's not how the other tribes work as well. Like, buddy.
You have our thanks. We are glad to call you allies.
You. By what are you called?
Oh, sir, you're looking at all the wrong places.
Ishtola, why?
Oh, Ishtola, you just got gained a stalker.
Are you my Nama?
No, buddy. Like 5 feet to the left. Or to the right,
I
in this
beg your
case.
pardon?
She will kick your ass. And she will take you.
You shone with all the majesty of the full moon's light. Your healing touch, the embodiment of the Dusk Mother's love. Long had I wondered if my Nama might not be a woman of the steppe. Beholding you,
Oh, buddy.
I am all but certain.
No. And even if she were, you don't deserve her.
Now, look into my eyes.
No, dude, you're about to
Could
get
it
kicked in
be?
the nuts.
Could you be?
I am not interested, little son. Try again when you become a man.
Ah, thank you, Ishtola. Damn.
Little?
That damn. Get told.
Little son! Little son! Does it pain you, little son?
Oh, she is never gonna let him live that down.
Salve to soothe the ache, fire to sear the wound in your heart.
We have wasted enough time here. Siren awaits for word of our success.
Yep, exactly. Exactly. Maybe literal. You know, with with her, I don't think it is figurative. Like, you heard how she was talking after our battle. Like, she clearly needed a cigarette or something, you know? You had not only to contend with Sadu, but Magnai too? Such a fierce battle that must have been. Yet here you stand triumphant. Having passed such a test, they could not well deny you their allegiance. The Mole will make no such demands. Weak though we are, we will gladly stand with you. The steppe is our home, and we will defend it with all our might. You have my heartfelt thanks. all the tribes into the steppe, there's none I would rather have at my side. God's willing, many more will rally to our cause. I shall send you word when we have answers from all the tribes. I cannot thank you enough, Cyrna. None of this would have been possible without you. Ooh, we get a new emote. You have the requisite consent. 'Tis time to put Nama's power to use. If the etheric flows as planned, all that remains is to have the Ironworks engineers do their work at the ruins. Let us return to the House of the Crooked Coin. And I now have flight in this area, so it won't be a million miles walk. It is only polite. Wrapped up outside, however. No. Look at that chocobutt. That thick little chocobutt. We shall begin at once. You may wish to step back. Okay. Is this one going to be a voiced cutscene or no? This feels like it's going to be a voiced cutscene. Find out. Ooh.
Did it work?
Okay, voiced.
It did. Ether may flow freely to the burn once more.
Okay, but serious question. Is that going to have environmental impacts on the steppe? Inquiring minds would like to know. I do not pretend to understand what you did, Ishtola, but you did it. Thanks to you and Lynn, of course, we have taken a momentous step towards securing our defenses. Don't worry about it. Yeah, I mean, but the whole plot of this game and this series as a whole seems to be about environmentalism, so, like, I have to? Now, as much as I believe arrest is in order, we should probably make haste back to the Enclave. Don't worry about it. Yep. Okay, fair. Agreed, and the others may have already returned from their missions. I would know how things stand. As would I. Without further ado, then. I'd also like to know how this used to end. You know, because, like, this very clearly is not the original end of this platform. So, like, what did the rest of the platform look like once upon a time? You know, it's gorgeous environmental storytelling. Don't get me wrong. In fact, I guess me talking about that probably is just evidence of the fact that it's good environmental storytelling. King Khan. Okay, there we go. Judging by your triumphant expressions, I take all went well on the Azim step. Indeed, we have secured a suitable source of energy for the barrier. Good. Tataru and I have commissioned Garland Ironworks to ensure that the field generators function as they should. A team of engineers stand ready to set out for the burn at a moment's notice. You need only say the word. Thank you for engaging their services on our behalf. Minutia of the agreement you may leave with me. Which just leaves the small matter of our alliance, so Yugiri and Hakuro, how fared you with our neighbors? My lord, all of the factions we approached are in agreement that the Empire poses a threat, and many responded positively to talk of an alliance. From Hingashi and Suinosato, however, we received outright rejections. The former will not break its treaty with the Empire, and the latter will not involve itself in conflict. Just as we expected then. Well, there is not to be done about it. We must focus on the rest. To each of the nations that were amenable to an alliance, I will personally send a missive. And once I have attended to that, I believe that we will have done everything we can to fortify Doma's defenses. For the time being, at least. Well, all of which means I must leave the meeting in Alamigo with a lighter heart. Or may leave for the meeting, I should say. Yugiri, Hakuro, if you would be so kind as to hold the fort in my absence. My friends, we could not have achieved so much in so little time without your help. For that, I give you my heartfelt thanks. Till the meeting, then. I took the liberty of asking Thancred to attend as well. He should have arrived in the Alamegan quarter by now. Then let us not keep him waiting, shall we? Big important things happening. The world is a-changin'. Ooh, quite the travel. But that's fine. Would you look at that? We got our first lot of the stream. Let's just go ahead and report you. Spam, 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 spammity spam, lovely spam. Join chat first time and opt a link advertising viewers. I'm assuming. It's a good report. Block this user. And then let's hit him with the ban. Just to be certain. There we go. Fun fact I found out, that's actually going to be illegal here pretty soon. Doing that sort of... I mean, like, it's always been kind of gray market anyway, but straight up, that is going to be illegal. So it's going to be real interesting to see how those bot farms change tactics once that happens. Oh, I can fly here. Okay, good. Basically trying to sell services that, like, promise, like, paid viewers and paid followers and that sort of thing is what they're trying to target. So basically, any sort of service that could juice your numbers on social media and various things. Apparently, it's actually one of the better worded laws, but then again, you know, they're making things less and less enforceable these days anyway. There sure is an election in November. Smile. Ishtola has told me, and I duly told Uriel and Urianger and Kryle. There we go. Kryle in particular was concerned about Alphino, but I assured her that everything that can be done is being done. She agreed to continue with her own tasks for the time being on the condition that I can contact her the moment there is any development. So that leaves 4 of us to attend to the council. Ironvald is here to assist with security, steadily, though the poor lad seems altogether too distracted for the task. Another one missing Alphino, I guess. But it's almost time. As soon as you are ready, present yourself to the guardsmen at the palace entrance. Shan't be far behind. Oh, you don't mean enforceable legally, but like, is it logistically feasible to actually enforce the ban? You smash one bot, 5 more pop up. No honor among thieves and all that. So, I think it'll hit some of, like, the big bot farming instances. Less so the distributed small action groups, if you know what I mean. If it works out well, this could be one of the ways that we can actually target some illegal work practices, and essentially like sweatshops and things like that that are used for content farming and follower farming. Weirdly, this is like a part of human trafficking that's not well talked about. Is forcing people into these sorts of like awful menial labor sort of situations, and paying them $1 to $2 an hour to do it, sort of thing, because you've taken their passports or you've taken their the rest of their identification, all that sort of a thing. That's not as much of a problem in the United States, but it is a problem worldwide. So hopefully this gives us a way to more directly target those sorts of situations. Suppose the worst offenders are centralized enough to be targeted. Exactly. It's like spam callers, That's a part of this as well, as if I recall correctly. Just really hitting those bigger groups as hard as possible. The Scions of the Seventh Dawn. Welcome to Alamigo. The Alliance leaders have already arrived. May I show you to the meeting chamber? Upon proceeding to the Royal Palace, several cutscenes will play in sequence. It's recommended that you set aside sufficient time to view these scenes in their entirety. RE Sweatshop computer labor. Yeah, I'm also amused that so many of the AI models are actually just people in a poor nation under exploitable labor practices. Yeah, and those companies are getting hit real hard about that right now too. Smile. Not to mention, all of the stuff that's actually going through about copyright and all of that. That is actually moving forward in a pretty strong pace. Muse may be the wrong word here because that shit ain't funny, but you know what I mean. Oh, I know what you mean. As a professional content creator, and I say that IRL as well, since I think we've talked about what my IRL job is before. But no, I really do in fact work in show business, and yeah, let's just say that IATSE doesn't play when people try to get silly about these sorts of things. Like, SAG-AFTRA is polite, IATSE is not. Yeah. Oh, hello?
Mom, have you seen Mr. Grumbles?
No, where'd you lose her?
Can you help me find her?
Okay, alright. RE copyright and AI. I hate that the mouse may actually save us here, but I'll take the desired outcome, even if it means motives are less than wholly noble. You know what? Fair. Alright, but on that note, give me 5 minutes. I need to go try and find a skunk before any of the customers notice what's up. Okay, be right back. Right, so where did you see her last? Oh no. are back. We are back. We are back. The other good thing about skunks is they have no sense of direction. And so she had basically just wandered into the next room, found a warm spot, and laid down. And she just happened to find a pile of laundry. So, you know, it was easy to lose her amongst his clothes. So, it is what it is. We can deal with that. That's fine. Okay. I'm not generally, you know, I'm not generally afraid that she's actually going to stink up the place because she's got a pretty good temperament. But, yeah, seeing a skunk walking around can give customers pause, shall we say.
Commander Aldin,
Oh, here we are.
it gives me great pleasure to formally welcome the city-state of Alamigo to the Aeolian Alliance.
Hey.
The pleasure is ours, Your Grace. I know I speak for all Alamegans when
See,
I say that
now
we're
Raban
glad
gets
of
to
this
be here
chance to
anyway.
stand with our comrades of the Alliance.
And we for our part are glad indeed to be able to welcome friends both old and new.
Lord Hien of Doma, at your service. Pray, accept my heartfelt thanks for your generous invitation.
Nay, 'tis we who must thank you for journeying so far. And 'twould be remiss of me not to acknowledge
like his
the
ear
part
cuff.
the Scions of the Seventh Dawn have played in bringing all of us together. In times of great unrest, you and yours have been our constant companions, without whom we would not be here.
With apologies to Lord Hien and Mistress Alize, it occurs to me that we have not gathered in this way since that fateful day in Uldar.
The day I lost my arm and my freedom. As I lay in my cell, never did I dream that I would one day be given the chance to represent my homeland at this council. I would not even be alive had you not plucked me from the jaws of death. You, Yugiri, and Alphino. Would that the lad could be with us.
I too owe my presence here to Alphino, in so many ways. Until such time as he returns, I mean to carry on his good work as best I can.
Don't worry, we'll find him, I'm sure.
Come, friends, let us leave the past in the past and turn our eyes to the future. My Lord Hien, pray, tell us how things stand in the east.
Oh, as expected, vertically.
Having heard the rumors of dissent in Garlemald, I dared to dream of a peaceable solution.
The Empire will not so easily change its ways. If the Garleans have a mind to take back Doma and Alamigo, we'll be hard-pressed to stop them, even with the might of 6 nations. But while we lack the strength to fight the tide, a course may yet present itself, if we read the winds aright.
Of course, she says.
The winds suggest but one course to me. One which leads from the sea unto the river and thence to the source of all our woes.
The Ascians.
Indeed.
Assholes.
All here have felt their blighted touch. It was the bringers of chaos who nurtured the Archbishop's tyrannical ambitions. They who bestowed upon him the secrets of summoning, as they have so many others before and since. And while
And
they
yet those
remain,
people who are so
we
opposed to
shall
summoning
know
have
no
one
peace.
working in their midst.
Our objective is
There's a
clear.
deeper plan
The
here.
question is how to achieve it. That our enemy parades about in Xenos' skin poses problems in itself, but ere we get to them, how are we to infiltrate the Empire and get close enough to strike?
Utter silence. No suggestions. Fantastic.
While I see the wisdom in targeting the Ascians, an assassination attempt on Garlean soil would do little to aid our cause, even were it to succeed. It's time we used our enemy's preferred tactic. Subterfuge.
Okay.
You have an idea?
Speak your mind, Master Thancred. None here know the enemy better than the Scions, and you mayhap best of all. Whatever it is you propose, we will give it fair hearing. On that you have my word.
Very well, Admiral. My proposal is thus. We dispatch the shinobi to Imperial territory. There, they sow the rumor that the Crown Prince perished in the battle for Alamigo, and that the man parading around is in fact a corpse inhabited by a servant of darkness.
I mean, that does seem reasonable, yes. And then...
Well, it does have the ring of truth about it. And were the Garleans to learn that their future ruler is a puppet, the Empire would be shaken to the core.
But at the risk of sounding stupid, would they actually believe such an unlikely story? I didn't.
Ordinarily not. But prior to his miraculous recovery, rumors of Xenos' death had already begun to circulate around the Empire. Ultimately, however, what the masses believe is not our chief concern. Our true objective is to create an opening for rival factions within Garlemald to exploit.
Yeah, there.
Just as a war of succession erupted in the wake of Emperor Solus's death.
A war which raged until but recently, plunging the Imperial House into disarray as nephew and uncle grappled for the throne. It is no coincidence
We're going
that
Shakespearean
one of
with it.
Varus's first acts as Emperor was to name Xenos heir apparent. Family feuds being so tiresome when armies are involved. Not all welcomed his choice of successor, however. There is no shortage of individuals who aspire to the throne, who would jump at any chance to seize power. The news that Xenos is not only dead, but a puppet to diabolical forces would be too enticing to ignore.
The Empire would not be quick to recover from a second war of succession.
I am no stranger to infiltrating Imperial territory. With a team of operatives gathered from among the Alliance's finest, the plan should have a reasonable chance of success.
Dorma already has shinobi in place throughout the provinces. We stand ready to act, and act we must. What say you all?
I'm for Master Thancred's proposal. We shine a light upon the Ascian and test the Empire's unity.
I mean, that does seem logical.
'Twas his plot that scuttled Doma's negotiations, was it not? Why then, if we can eliminate him, there may yet be a chance for peace. Let us wage this war of subterfuge, that we may one day lay down our arms. Gods know we never will while the Ascians remain.
Oof, okay. Yeah, I hate that afternoon migraine.
Sorrow. History must be changed.
I've had this sort of thing happen enough that I know the who doesn't matter. What are they trying to tell me?
Expunging all form and life. Twin dooms only you can forestall. Only you.
What's the matter?
There's a voice.
Oh geez, even when even people who barely have the echo
infinite expanse contract. Eon become instant. Throw wide the gates that we may pass.
Is it over?
Thancred, no!
Master Thancred!
For Fend. Bear him to a private chamber. Have every healer make ready.
Oh goodness gracious. Okay, I was afraid that he was just gonna be dead. Fair enough. Have a good time lurking, and may your meetings be short and productive.
Master Thancred remains in slumber. Though his vital signs appear stable, he's unresponsive.
What could have done this? And why just him and not the others?
I'm afraid we could not identify the cause, milady. Our examinations revealed no wounds, nor the presence of any poisonous substances.
Gods, that only makes it worse. You're to let us know the moment there's any change, all right?
It's to do with the Echo, obviously. But then again, I suppose standard people wouldn't understand that.
Knowing Thancred, he would apologize for being otherwise engaged at so crucial a juncture.
In gifting us a course of action, Thancred sowed the seed of all that is to follow. We have but to nurture it as best we can. To him, I would say, rest easy, that he may wake to enjoy the fruits of our labors. Now, the matter of the mysterious voice must not be forgotten. Will you tell me exactly what happened?
That's the problem.
Isaiah and I heard a voice in the moments before Thancred collapsed. It was accompanied by a severe headache, as if something were clutching at our minds. Did you experience the same thing?
Yep. It said that bad things might happen if we do what we're going to do.
In between the voice and the pain, you felt as if you were somewhere else entirely.
Mm-hmm.
Your testimony confirms my suspicion. That which you experienced was, I believe, your soul being plucked from your flesh. Called.
Called?
I myself examined Thancred. Reach out
Oh, so did he just not come back to his own
I
body?
could not sense in him the spark of life that is his soul.
Ooh.
That Thancred alone was stricken so is likely due to his heightened sensitivity to the effect of ether. A consequence of his prior possession of the Asian La Hebrea.
Mm-hmm. That makes sense.
The voice, whoever it may be, reached out to you, called your souls, and in so doing, caused you and yours such pain.
Yeah.
But if that's true, where exactly are we being called to?
I know not. Yet one thing is
I don't
plain.
know if it's a particular place, so
Whoever
much as
waits
like
for you on the
another
other side
realm.
is possessed of a power unlike any I have ever known.
Forgive us, Lise, but may we leave Thancred in your care for a time?
As if
You have
had
to, yeah.
ask. I may not be a scion anymore, but I'm no less a friend. Don't worry. I'll see to it that Thancred's well looked after. Just focus on solving this mystery, all right?
Thank you, Lise.
See, the problem is I have a sugary drink, but I do not have any
As the
caffeine.
Elder Seedseer says, 'tis no ordinary individual we are dealing with. Nor can we discount the possibility of Asian involvement.
Whoever Whoever or whatever is behind this, the sooner we find out, the better.
She wears like platform boots. Look at those things. Like, Ishtabella kind of makes sense because that puts her in kind of a more aggressive stance. I don't know why. Ali says they're flat, but they are just straight up platforms. That makes me think she is compensating for her height. I just tried to call Urianger on his link pearl. He didn't respond, but I dare to hope that he possesses some knowledge we do not. Ah, Urianger. Something happened during the meeting. Thancred's collapsed. A disembodied voice suddenly started... What? But that's... We should talk about this in person. Alright, we'll meet you there. He heard the voice too. In Phanolin? As we alone were affected in the meeting, I had my suspicions, but if the voice also spoke to Urianger, there can be little doubt. The Scions were targeted specifically. By whom and to what end? One to which is the question. One to which we must find an answer with all possible haste. Now learn the emote Endure. Okay, hang on, let's take a look at this. Hello? Oh yeah, I forgot the Chiwa Shoi. There we go. Adorable. Ooh, name drop it. Is this the name of the patch? Is Prelude and Bile? Urianger agreed to meet us at the Rising Stones. If any of the others heard the voice, we'll soon find out. Or we'll find out soon enough, I should say. Good luck. I should be back to the meeting with the Elder Seeds here. But if there's anything I can do, anything at all, you must let me know, alright? Let's be on our way. Oh. Are they just going to snatch us there properly? Instead of making me teleport manually? Looks like it.
Urianger! God, it's good to see you.
Would that our meeting were under happier circumstances. I judged the voice sufficient cause for concern even before you sent word of its effect on our comrade.
You heard it too, then?
Sit up.
Aye. And all but certainly at the selfsame instant. Alas, pained as I was, I could make little sense of what few words did then reach mine ears.
Who do you think is responsible? Could this be the Ascians doing?
That I cannot say. Not when so little is known. Ere I indulge in speculation, I would examine Thancred with mine own eyes.
To Alamigo, then, without further delay.
Okay, this is why they didn't make us transport, because we're just going to immediately go back to Alamigo. Okay.
One other thing. During my visit to the Far East, I observed a strange phenomenon.
Thou referrest, I presume, to the localized reduction in etheric density.
Well, that spares me the trouble of an explanation. Yes, I noted precisely that at two apparently unconnected locations. I take it the phenomenon is not limited to the Far East.
Indeed not. Of late, our agents charged with surveilling the beast tribes have spoken of little else. In every corner of the realm, they tell of places in which the ether hath grown thin.
Ooh.
Naturally, my suspicions first turned to primal activity, but the areas thus affected betray no evidence of summoning. I must confess to being quite perplexed.
If the same phenomenon is being observed in multiple locations on opposite sides of the world, we may safely discount regional factors. Needless to say, this warrants further investigation.
Yeah, no kidding.
Indeed, I shall make it my task to...
Oh.
The voice. It calleth to me once more.
Uh-oh. That's not good. Why him specifically this time? Oh, and now her. Okay, so it wasn't just him this time.
I hear it too.
There we are. Is it telling everyone that they're its little princess?
Throw wide the gate.
Because this is starting to feel like you're catfishing at this point.
No. No, this can't be happening!
Well, two more down.
Y'shtola, Urianger, open your eyes! Open your eyes, I beg you!
Well, I'm guessing I just got an achievement of some sort.
Say something. Anything. Not again. Please, not again.
Oh, well, he say. Here I was thinking we were going to get immediately transported back to El Amigo. Forgive me, that was an unseemly display. Happened before your very eyes, milady. None here would have behaved any differently. We have borne the two of them into a private chamber. But tell me, is it true that Master Thancred languages in a like state in El Amigo? I'm afraid so, though given the circumstances, it would seem best to observe them together. Would send word to Lys that he should be brought here. Take heart, my lady. The world is full of scholars and knowledgeable folk of every persuasion. Someone out there is bound to know what ails our comrades, and how it may be cured. Thus will we rouse them, no matter what. Thank you. We will, Hori. We will. But first things first, our comrades will have questions. May I ask that you explain the situation to them? I must attend to a private matter. I like his armor. Well suited. Oh, I promised I'd visit someone in Limsa Lominsa. Lominsa. Limsa Lominsa. Limsa Lominsa. Blah, 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 blah. He's been waiting for at Maelstrom Command for a time now. You know, you should come along too. I think he'd be glad to see you. Oh, I thought you were going on a date, girl. I don't know why. I just had a beat in my head. Oh, wait, no, hang on, we've got the upper deck over here. Oh, I got a free company invite. That's what it was. I knew there was a little bing during that cutscene. As you probably guessed, it's Gabu. We've come to see. The private here will bring us to him. Ever since the Maelstrom took him in, I've tried to visit as often as I can. And after what befell our friends, I was taken by the urge to visit again. It's difficult to explain. Aw, look at the evil little chinchilla.
Gabu, it's been too long.
Hmm?
I'm afraid there's been no change. If he can see or hear us, he has given no sign.
Oh?
I see. You're still fighting.
Oh, little guy.
I'm proud of you. We promised that we would come and visit you together, didn't we? Alphino and I. I'm sorry that we haven't managed that yet. You know, with three of us like this, does it not remind you of that night? Of the stars beyond count twinkling in the heavens? I was feeling pretty low back then. Powerless. But I knew that my brother was close by if I needed him, and that the others would be waiting for me back at the Rising Stones. Not like now.
Pretty heavy.
I've seen my share of trouble since coming to Eorzea. Been reminded again and again of my limitations, of how little I can change about this world. And I've come to know the sorrow of parting all too well. But to have the people I hold dear struck down before my eyes, and be powerless to help them. That I cannot bear.
Okay, but don't do an evil over it.
No, I don't. You're right. It's pure arrogance to imagine I can solve everything by myself. You'd think I'd have learned that by now. Thank you. I don't know what I'd do
That's a hard-learned
without you.
lesson, though.
Well, that's more than enough brooding for one day. Come on. We have friends to save.
Well, I mean, are we going to say goodbye to the chinchilla first? Let's return to the Rising Stones and take it from there. Thanks again for agreeing to come. It meant a lot to me. And back to the Rising Stones. New. Wait, what was I? Oh no, that's a different thing. I don't need to be doing that right now. Did some thinking on the way back, and I think Hori is right. We need to seek outside help. Ordinarily, we would turn to our own experts on such matters, but they're both among the stricken. I will begin by reaching out to the myriad guilds and research institutions here in Eorzea. Additionally, Grandfather and Minfilia have a wealth of connections between them, and I need to explore those avenues too. We'll find a way to save everyone, mark my words. Much and more has happened in recent days. Some of it for the good, some not so. But all around me, people continue their fight. From the shinobi who search for Alphino to the Alliance members who make ready to move against the Empire, they march on in the face of great adversity, bearing heavy burdens. Everyone is playing their part, so must I. You have your own part to play, I know, and it's bigger than most, so I won't keep you. Just promise that you'll visit me from time to time. Promise I'll have good tidings to share with you when you do. Words. While in the Imperial Palace. Announce your voice is fun.
The Populares no longer present an obstacle. Now is the time to bring the
What did you do,
Empire's might
Xenos?
to bear. A word from your radiance is all it takes. But one word, and the Imperial army will fall upon Alamigo as a pack of bloodthirsty wolves and tear that feeble nation apart.
Little, single-minded there, aren't you, bud?
despite the lengths I go to. An emissary, playing the part of a fool. When first I took this face, I swore to use all of my knowledge, all of my power, to further the cause of the Empire. My deeds stand testament to my commitment. And with this adamant flesh at my disposal, I could destroy the Icon Slayer as easily as one might swat a fly. Why do you hesitate? Our enemy is resourceful. Though victory is certain now, it will not remain so indefinitely.
Yeah, no kidding. I'm gonna come kick your ass.
Deliberate if you must, but be quick about it. We'll speak again when you have unburdened yourself of doubt. Until then, I take my leave, Father.
I should be the one to sigh. I played my part to perfection. I had earned my rest, and then, thanks to La Habrea's crowning act of idiocy, our favorite emissary sees fit to summon me back.
What? Huh?
Elidibus was ever a warrior. A most tiresome trait, would you not agree?
Also, what? Can we, like, can we pick up a different camera angle, maybe? Okay.
Have you no words for me either? No matter. I've long grown weary of this mummery. Now, my dearest grandson, let me remind you of your place in the simplest of terms. You do not make judgments, you administer them. Swiftly and to the letter. Naught else is your concern. Elidibus may be an insufferable bore, but he is no fool. His choices as emissary seldom err.
What's going on?
If aught threatens the balance twixt light and dark, it falls to you to remove it. Be it by your own hands or by your armies, you have ample means at your disposal. That is why this empire exists, why I built it. Oh dear, have I touched a nerve? You always were an easy one to read.
Hello?
Hey, Mom, look at this cool animal I found.
It's an adorable, what is it, sweetie?
Can I keep it?
No, we have to take that and put it back outside.
How much happier you would be not knowing the things you know.
Oh no, okay. As soon as this is over, I gotta go make sure that he actually puts that back out.
Was an Asian, and
Cheapers.
he created the Empire solely for the purpose of sowing the seeds of chaos.
I mean, this makes sense. A lot of this is making more and more sense as I'm watching it, but holy moly, I did not expect it to come out this, like, before in the pre-patch, you know?
To bring about outer calamity requires no small amount of power. And there is no surer way to obtain such power than by collecting powerful pawns.
Wild.
To that end, I have labored long and hard, and I must say I am quite pleased with my handiwork. Paltry though it seems in comparison to Alag.
I mean, you're one person instead of, you know, a whole civilization. Okay. Okay.
You fiends are overfond of your own voices.
What? Why do I feel like he's just gonna get back up again?
Man is the master of his own destiny.
Or like another one's gonna wander out from behind the throne or something, you know?
Such a waste of time and energy. Both yours and mine.
I bet he feels better now, though.
Lest you forget you are Emperor now. If you wish to spout drivel about man's destiny, save it for the masses. It will serve to give them a sense of purpose, and you, pliant pieces for the game.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, do stop sulking, boy. You, of all people, should understand. Ours is a struggle to restore both mankind and the world to their rightful state. Viewed thus, our goals are one and the same.
Gross. Ooh, that echoed in my headset in a really good way. Good job, sound designers. Meanwhile, at a resistance encampment somewhere in the Empire. What in the world? Oh, geez. Oh, holy moly. Dead. All dead. Yet I see no wounds, nor any evidence of battle. They finally used it. The Empire developed an alchemical weapon in Garabanya. Gas. Black Rose, they called it. To breathe it is to breathe your last. That did this? Yeah, we've seen the effects of Black Rose before. Thought the project abandoned and its vile fruit destroyed. But naught else could have wrought such an atrocity. I mean, does it turn people's eyes white? Fools. What do they hope to gain with this butchery? Do they not see that the rule won through terror will not endure? How many more provinces must they lose? Nay, wait. This is not the work of men, but monsters. The Ascians. It cannot be a coincidence that their trail led us here. Their objective was never to rule, but to sow strife and discord. Little tie, little tie. Such a crime does indeed bear the mark of the bringers of chaos. Black Rose cannot be allowed to kill again. We must find the Ascians and put an end to their plot. Not sure why this one wasn't voiced. Okay, I'm gonna have to look up the Shadowbringers soundtrack because there is a bunch of like minor key discordant stuff going on. Okay, so I will be right back. I'm gonna make sure that Thetoral, well, Lafarlin. Yeah, well, Lafarlin's the one who the thing, but Thetoral tends to encourage him to keep it. You know what I mean? Those boys. Anyway, I'll be right back. I'm gonna make sure that a wild animal gets put back outside. Okie dokie, and we are back. So that was a lot. Soul searching. Okay, well that's that. We are searching for souls in a very literal manner, so okay.
I'm glad you've come, though I'm afraid there's little in the way of good news. After you left, we reached out to both the Alchemists Guild and Stillglade Fane and attempted all manner of treatments. But the results were always the same. Whatever the answer is, it's not alchemy or conjuring. Why did it have to be Y'shtola and Urianger and not me? Out of all of us, they are the ones who could feasibly have solved this puzzle.
I mean, that's probably why they had a better connection to the Echo.
Where do we even start?
A grave situation indeed. Might I be of some assistance?
Kyle! Welcome back.
Kryl, I thought you were busy delving into the mysteries of Eureka.
That reminds me, I need to actually get back to doing that.
Of our friends, I could not well stay away. As a fellow scion, not to mention your erstwhile mentor, this is one of those times you should feel free to call on me, regardless of my personal circumstances.
Yes, I should have thought of that. Thank you for coming, Kryl. We would welcome your insight.
And I should be happy to provide it. Now, what's this I hear about Alphino heading into Imperial territory? That boy always did have some funny ideas.
Yeah, you could say that.
The speech he gave when he was accepted to the studium.
He gave a speech.
My life's goal is naught less than the salvation of this star.
Yeah, that sounds like him.
That particular grand pronouncement has been a source of great embarrassment to him, as you know.
But the fact of the matter is, he meant every word and has lived his life accordingly.
Fair enough.
Yes, he remains altruistic to a fault. But I'm worried he was too fixated on his goals to see the dangers, as has happened before.
You needn't be so concerned. Though his values remain the same, Alphino is not the blinkered boy he once was. Slowly but surely his eyes have been opened, thanks to a certain someone. A certain someone whom he'd be mortified to learn had heard about his little speech. That's the word, eh?
Oh, I suppose.
Right, I'd better have a look at our patients. They're in the infirmary, I assume. I'll need absolute quiet, so it would be best if I did this alone. If you'll excuse me. All three are in fine physical health. At a glance, I would say they were merely sound asleep. Except for the fact that I couldn't sense the slightest trace of them in their bodies.
Ah, there it is.
It's as if their souls have taken leave of their physical forms.
Weird, isn't it?
Ah, yes. The Elder Seedseer made a similar observation.
I've read the report. When you heard this mysterious voice, you described feeling as if you were somewhere else, yes? If we assume the ether which comprises your essence is being drawn to some other place, then it may be possible to follow the trail it leaves behind, just as we did in our search for Thancred.
No, honestly.
I wasn't around for that, but I can't imagine it was easy.
Oh, it wasn't. But that's no reason not to try. I I will have need of Master Matoya's crystal eye if I'm even to make the attempt. So I suggest we pay her a visit.
All the way over to Trebania. Wait, can I not teleport to this? Wait. Hold on. What? Is there not a place I can teleport in that location? That feels wrong. Right, okay, that map does not have a crystal. But I can just jump to Idle Shard. Okay, there we go. There's gonna be a lot of hooking it. Really should get some caffeine. Every time I take a break. You still have water though, that's good. Oop. Okay, here we are. Let's do the thing. I hope everybody's having a lovely day out there today. I'd heard Master Matoya something of a recluse, but this seems extreme. Still, I'll happily overlook her eccentricities if she agrees to help us. Huh? Little brooms.
To disturb my peace again, have you? I hide myself away in a cave, and still you people insist on pestering me with your problems.
Yeah. Sorry.
Oh, I mistook you for young what's-his-name, but I see now you're the sister. Aren't you supposed to be the lively one? I've seen happier faces at a rain-sodden burial.
Yeah, about that.
Well, I'm sorry to dash your expectations. limitations, but the situation isn't exactly conducive to gaiety.
Okay, okay, chill.
Ha! That's more like it. Stoller used to spit and hiss like a wildcat too. Better for a young thing like you to be filled with fire and leave the doom and gloom to your elders.
I forgot how much I love Matoya.
What exactly does this tragic situation of yours have to do with me?
If I may, Master Matoya, we have need of your crystal eye once more.
Explain, explain, explain. Explain, 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 explain.
And Stoller is one of the afflicted, is she? Very well. She may be an ungrateful stray, but she's my ungrateful stray, and I'll not see her buried before I am.
Valid.
Right. Let us see what we can see. I'll begin from where our friends first fell, and cast my senses out from there.
What is it? Did you find them?
This doesn't make sense. How is it even possible?
How is what possible, Kryle?
What possible? Kryle, what did you see?
Sorry, like I just realized that I was like leaning further and like closer and closer to the screen.
And no, I didn't lose track of them. I followed them as far as they went. It's as if they were cut off.
Could the ether have dissipated if it had? Oh gods!
No.
Their bodies are just husks. It's like the broodmother's daughter all over again.
No, this is different. The Kalyana girl was already dead, body and soul, when Lakshmi effected her resurrection.
Aye, let's not jump to conclusions. If their physical forms yet breathe and show no signs of wasting, then it follows that their souls must still be intact somewhere.
But where?
That's the question, Miss Nicole.
Out in the darkness. I don't know.
Sea, yet there are no tracks left for us to follow.
Dutch angle, standard.
We're no closer to an answer than when we started. But knowing their souls are still out there is progress of a sort.
You know, okay,
We
fair,
just have to keep
valid.
looking.
I'll give you that.
Pray, excuse me a moment. Yes? I remember, but... What, to Alamigo? We're on our way.
What?
That was Lee's. Apparently, a group of Populares have defected to Alamigo, and Maxima,
okay,
the envoy
alright.
Alphino left with, is one of them.
Okay.
I'm sorry. I realize we've barely begun here, but...
Go, child, go! You've made up your mind, and life's too short for dithering.
Yeah, that's fair, that's fair.
I'll do some digging in the meantime and see if there isn't some other method we could use to continue the search.
Let's be off then.
again. The enchantment barely seems to take these days. I chalk it up to old age when I'm rather doubt it's that simple.
Magic is failing.
Before they took ill, Y'shtola and Urianger were sharing notes on a thinning of the ether. It seems to be happening all over.
Does it now? And here I was all set to blame my woes on that creaking mountain of refuse clogging up the Thaliak.
What now?
I fear something has gone awry. Still, there's naught to be gained from starting in shadows. You can only do what can be done, and that's but one thing at a time.
And then... You know... Yeah, no, okay, fair enough. That's as much of an answer as she would have. So that was the woman who tamed Y'shtola. This distinct feeling of being grabbed by the scruff of the neck and having the nonsense shaken out of me. When Alphino is back, I'd like to visit again and ask her what tale she has of grandfather. Almost can't bear to hear what Maximo has to tell us. But it can't be bad news, can it? Lise would have said. Unless... There's no point speculating. Lise said that she'd notified the guards of our coming, so we should head straight to the palace gate in the Alamecan Quarter. We'll be praying for good news. Learn what you can about Alphino's plight, and leave the search to our friends' lost souls to me. Bye! Over. Here we go. Greetings, Scions. Commander told me to expect you. Shall I show you in? Yes, please. I don't know if these guys count as resistance guards anymore, you know? Like, they serve the government that's in control now. Explain.
I'm sorry to drag you halfway across the realm, but when Maxima mentioned Alphino, I thought you'd want to hear the news in person.
Ah, we meet again. Though I was hoping our reunion would be under more auspicious circumstances.
What happened to my brother? Where is Alphino?
Okay, and you just calm down.
Lady. Your brother was in fine health when I took my leave of him, and I have no reason to assume that has changed.
You assume?
If you will allow me, I shall endeavor to explain events.
Please and thank you.
Our troubles began not long after we departed Doma. While crossing the burn, we were fired upon by the Emperor's personal guard and forced to make an emergency landing. As we stumbled from the wreckage, our attackers fell upon us again, and we would have perished there and then were it not for the intercession of a third party, a band of mercenaries whose leader claimed to pursue a vendetta against the Ascians. This shadow hunter, as he styled himself, then escorted us out of the wastes to relative safety. Upon arriving back in civilization, I gathered my Populares colleagues and prepared to flee the Empire.
I mean, that is a valid choice.
However,
You're being hunted by your own people.
the invitation to join us,
Well, not
preferring to continue
Populares,
his
but
investigation
the
into
leaders.
the Ascian threat.
least he's not lying in a heap in the burn. Tell us more about these Ascian hunters. Who are they? And is Alphino still with them?
He is. As to who they are, I'm afraid I have nothing to tell you. Beyond the fact that they root out and destroy Ascians, they were unwilling to divulge anything which might serve to identify them.
Yeah, that's valid, though.
They would not even reveal their next destination. But Master Alphino asked to accompany them all the same. Since parting company with your brother, we've been engaged in a game of cat and mouse with the Emperor's Guard. We made our way through province after province, finding the army busy restoring order wherever we went, until we finally arrived here in Alamigo. I cannot thank Commander Aldin enough for giving us such an unexpectedly warm welcome.
I'm not inclined to turn away refugees, no matter which land they call home. And if they can tell me how things lie in Garlemald, all the better.
Valid.
On that subject, there is much I would tell you. During the course of our journey, we heard tales that an entire rebel army had been slaughtered in the space of a single night. It would seem my former comrades grew tired of putting down uprisings in the conventional manner, and chose instead to bring a formidable new weapon to bear. Details were sparse, but the rumor alone was enough to dampen the flames of rebellion. I have also heard reports that several companies have withdrawn from their designated provinces and begun marching westward. It is my assessment that the Empire's forces are mobilizing for a large-scale military engagement.
Westward? You mean they're getting ready to invade Alamigo?
We knew this was coming, but not that it would be so soon.
We've barely even begun to shore up our defenses. They won't stop an invading army.
No, they won't. Dispatch messengers to the Alliance leadership requesting reinforcements, and send word to our officers in the field to hasten completion of those border fortifications. Prepare to meet the Imperials head on! No matter how quickly we act, we still want for time. When the enemy comes into view, our best recourse will be to open negotiations with their commander, and see that the ensuing proceedings take as long as possible.
Would you and Alize head to Doma and let Lord Hien know about this? I'm sure he'll want to hear about Alphino too.
Consider it done. We'll send word when...
And we've been hit again.
Untold sorrow must be changed. Ahead looms a calamity. Eon become instant. Throw wide the gates.
You heard it too. Well, at least we're both still standing.
Here's hoping Kryl as well.
Oh, thank the gods. I thought we'd lost you for a moment there. Why does this keep happening?
No idea.
I wish I knew. Nothing we've tried has brought us any closer to an answer. We'll keep working on it. But first, we need to go and see Lord Hien.
So, Alphino is safe, the present at least. Now all we need to worry about is the full-scale Imperial invasion. You know, nothing big. I'm actually glad these tasked us with visiting Lord Hien. Better to be dashing from place to place than sitting around stewing over things we can't change. To the Enclave. Phew, we have been back and forth across so many continents today. Goodness gracious. Yes, please. Greetings, my friends. I was just discussing the future endeavors with the members of our newly formed alliance. The Kojin and the Confederacy you already know. It was your own strength of arms that won us the cooperation of the steppe tribes. We have also been joined by our neighbors from Naxia and the indomitable citizens of Dalmasca, though the scattered nature of the latter's resistance will somewhat delay their official inductions. These proud peoples have united under a single purpose, and against the tyranny of the Garlean Empire. I'm glad to see your alliance is coming together so swiftly. As things stand, I fear we shall soon have need of your strength. Excuse me. Explain. Thank you for bringing me news of Alphino. His fate is never far from my thoughts, not only because he is our emissary. As for this sudden deployment of Imperial forces, I agree that Alamigo would be wise to shore up its borders with all haste. Every report we receive from our shinobi indicates a massing of troops in the western provinces. It seems all but certain that the Empire is poised to bring its fist down upon Eorzea. And I would help deflect that blow, but I cannot risk sending reinforcements just yet. We will remain vulnerable to airborne assault until our wall in the burn is in place. The all-important Alagan energy barrier. The energy barrier, yes. I thought to call it something more auspicious. A name drawn from the four lords of legend, perhaps. So to use Aegis or some such. Oh, just a thought. The Ironworks engineers report that they have finished calibrating the generators and are ready to proceed with the testing stage. Have you time to attend the first test? You've seen the field which projected Azislav firsthand, and I would be interested to see how you think ours compares. Yeah, I think we've got this. I'll come too if you don't mind. Though I'm no Ishtola, I may be able to offer some insight. Of course. Time being of the essence, it would be best if we made directly for the burn. Yugiri and I leave you and Hakuro to bring the War Council to a close. Understood. Your mounts are saddled and ready, my lord. Where the storms? Let's see, I am leveling mage currently, so let's go with that. Yeah. We will cross the burn by Yol and Falcon, as before. Join me at the Overlook near the House of the Fierce. Ooh, does this mean we're going to do another dungeon? Oh, I hope it's another dungeon. Give the word when you're ready to take wing. Yes. Let's go.
It seems the engineers have matters well in hand. Should the barrier work as we intend, Doma will be free to reinforce her allies in Alamigo without fear of weakening her own borders.
Well, let's hope it works as intended then.
Friends, the time has come to put your hard work to the test. Start the generator.
There it goes.
Node 1 is operational. Nodes 2 to 8 are reporting similar energy levels. The barrier is forming.
Ooh. There she goes.
1,000 yards. 2,000. 3,000. Expansion remains smooth. No fluctuations detected.
Yes.
Reached. The barrier is holding steady at 5,000 yards. We've done it.
Oh, yikes. And it even turns invisible afterwards? That would be a nasty surprise if anybody wasn't paying attention.
Is that an Imperial airship? Of all the rotten timing.
But this is a gift, Mistress Alize. They can test our new wool for us.
Oop, yep, there it goes. Okay, so less of a smashy crash than I thought.
Hey, hun. Can I borrow you for a second?
I mean, you can borrow me anytime you like, Slugger. As soon as this cutscene's over, I need to go take care of that. Ah, it's our friend, question mark.
By the gods, it's Alpha now. What are you? Let me go! He has my brother!
Yeah, and he's on the other side of an energy barrier.
Be at ease, girl. The lad is not dead, merely locked in slumber.
And do you know anything about it, though?
No, not him too.
We could identify no cause and found no remedy. Thus I sought to return him to Doma, and into the arms of Lord Hien himself, it would seem.
Mm-hmm.
It is a day for fated reunions.
What does that mean?
Would you not agree, adventurer? Or should I address you as the Warrior of Light?
Sir, who are you? Gotcha, okay. Your new voice actor threw me off.
Black Wolf. That was the title I was given. One I have long since relinquished. Stand down. The legatus of the 14th Imperial Legion died in Castrum Meridianum. I am no more than Gaius Baelsar, a man without rank or allegiance.
Right?
Impossible. There's no way you could have survived.
Do you remember how it unfolded? How I was deceived by La Habrea? How I was convinced that reviving the Ultima weapon would allow me to bring peace to Eorzea? The Ascian used me. Yes, he used so many others. All to further the restoration of his wretched god. Yet even with the might of Alec at my command, you bested me. And as the Praetorium went up in flames, I was content to burn along with it. For a moment at least. A moment of folly. To surrender my life thus would have been to betray all who died for my cause. It was for them that I dragged myself free of the rubble and swore vengeance on the Ascians.
Things just can't kill people in this universe, can they?
The Black Wolf has shed his pelt, never to return to Garlemald or her legions. I live now only to exact revenge. My principal quarry was to be La Habrea, whom I gather you have since ushered onto oblivion.
Maybe. Hopefully. Think. Never can quite tell with Ascians.
Long as their kind lurked in the shadows, laboring to sow chaos throughout our world, I would see each and every one dragged into the light and put to the sword. Are the Scions not of like mind?
In this single respect, perhaps.
Then I shall continue the partnership the boy began, and share what intelligence I have acquired. Among the Ascians, the Black-Masked Ilk are subordinate to those who wear red. This you already know.
Okay, but thank you for reminding me.
Among the red there exists a hierarchy. Those set adrift with the shards clearly stand below those still joined to the source. Nabriales, who once dared to intrude upon the Rising Stones, belonged to the former group, and while he was indeed a dangerous foe, his powers were inconsequential next to the paragons of the source. The first was La Habrea, who plagues us no more. There is also the white-robed Elidibus, and the elusive Emmet Selk, about whom little is known.
We have files on La Habrea and Elidibus, but I believe this Emmet Selk is new to us?
Big ol' lore drops here.
As I assume my brother told you, we have evidence to suggest that an Ascian now walks in the body of the Crown Prince. Have you identified this interloper?
Elidibus seems the most likely culprit. As emissary, it is his role to maintain the equilibrium between darkness and light.
Wait.
Your
Is
many
the
deeds
Emperor
in
in itself?
Hydaelyn's name have upset the balance, and I believe he seeks to restore it by throwing his considerable power behind the Empire. As a leader of the Ascians, he is one of our primary targets. It was on the trail of this very prey that the boy and I came across the scene of a failed uprising. In the absence of a single Garlean casualty, we inspected the bodies of the rebels, and the lack of any external injury drew my immediate attention. They had been slain by Black Rose, an alchemical invention of the Imperial Army.
Run into it
When
before.
I yet served as legatus, I ordered its production halted and all stockpiles destroyed. Toxic gas is not a tool of conquest, but of extermination.
Toxic gas? This must be the new weapon Maxima warned us about. Something deadly enough to sweep away all resistance in a matter of hours. Gods. You don't think they're planning to use this in Alamigo, do you?
Wouldn't surprise me.
Put your fears to rest. We infiltrated the production
Oh, okay.
facility and destroyed all existing stores of the chemical along with the plant itself. Even should they rebuild the operation,
They will not soon manufacture another batch.
But was that their only place of manufacture?
Regardless, I would draw your attention to a directive we discovered in the plant's records. The document was marked with a recent date and authorized with the signature of one Zeno Galvus.
A dead man signing the death warrant for thousands. 'Tis bad comedy.
Said that right? Yeah.
But the tale does not end there. Within that same facility was a chamber filled with devices of elegant design. Cloning technology, we realized. And what should we find in each and every incubator? But a young Emperor Solus.
See, I really do think he's Emmett Selk. Purely a stab in the dark, mind you.
All of which prompts the question, were the Ascians responsible for these abominations? Or was it the will of the Emperor?
Both. It was both. Both. The Emperor is an Ascian.
I must know which hand guides the Empire. Though I have given up my rank, I am yet a son of Garlemald, and I will fight for the future of my homeland. It is time I return to the hunting of shadows. We should focus on our common foe. To reopen old quarrels now would serve no purpose.
Yeah.
You saved my brother's life, so I'm willing to let sleeping dogs lie. But in truth, it's not my decision to make.
Ah. There are more important matters at hand.
There was a time when I scorned those who placed their faith in false gods, even as I, in my blinkered conviction, placed mine in Ascian promises. Unlike yours, my strength of will and my restraint was found wanting. We shall meet again, warrior of light.
So that was the infamous Black Wolf. An unexpected ally, to say the least. Well, I am content to leave the fine-tuning of the barrier to cleverer minds. Let us bid our friends from the Ironworks farewell, and see what can be done for Alphino back in Dorma.
Awful lot. Okay, I will be right back. I'm gonna smooch at the very least from V, but I'm sure it's just a customer thing. But either way, be back in a few minutes. Ready, get up, stretch, do all that sort of fun stuff. Back soon. We actually need help. Alright, I think I have found a ring light replacement. It won't be here tomorrow, it'll be here Sunday, which is fine, because I don't technically have, I have a stream tomorrow, but not on this channel. So, but we'll talk about that later. Alphino is safely ensconced in a private chamber. My finest healer is examining him as we speak. I've spoken with the physician, and there are no outward signs of illness. Alphino is lost in a sleep from which he cannot be awoken, just like the others. It seems that even the lands of the Empire are not far enough away to escape that cursed voice. I share your frustration, Alice. I do, but Alphino is returned to us alive and otherwise unharmed. All that remains is to find the means to waken. Till then, you can but fulfill your duties as a scion. Yours and your brother's both. You're right, of course. There are arrangements to be made and little time to make them. To business then, my lord. Now that we know Seryu's wall works as intended, can we expect reinforcements for Alamigo? You most certainly can. As promised, we will send troops to bolster our allies in Eorzea without delay. You may be aware, however, they will not arrive without delay, save for some few who boast teleportation magics. The bulk of our forces must be transported by sea, a lengthy voyage for which the smaller vessels favored by the Confederacy are ill-equipped. Accordingly, I mean to enlist the assistance of the East Aldenard Trading Company in finding suitable ships. As for navigating the distances in question, we are in the happy position of being able to call upon those who plotted the course of my people's exodus to Eorzea. Beyond the procurement of ships, I think it unlikely that our East Aldenard friends will consent to any involvement in military operations. I am certain that they will afford Alphino a berth aboard one of their vessels. I shall have a chirurgeon accompany him every ilm of the way to the rising stones. You have my thanks, Lord Hien. Yugiti, we'll go on ahead with our friends to Alamigo, enlist all those capable of teleportation, and put them at the disposal of the Eorzean Alliance as soon as possible. We will form the vanguard. Yes, my lord. This is exactly what we'd hoped for, Lise. And the Alliance leaders will be glad indeed to welcome a combined strength of the East. Alliance building, yes. It's not the most action-packed stream, but, you know, important stuff. Meanwhile, at the Black Rose Chemical Plant. Hey, this is supposed to be broken.
Our supplies at Black Rose have been ruined, but the new plant is already under construction. We should have the first batch ready in time for the offensive, Your Radiance.
Mm-hmm.
See that you do.
Hey, at least it's not our side using an evil poison gas, unlike a certain expansion for another MMO.
Ah, yes, the infamous Black Rose. If I recall correctly, Gaius did not much care for the invention. A ruthless and indiscriminate weapon indeed, this airborne poison. It seems you are capable of making decisions worthy of your bloodline.
With no gift for sorcery, we Garleans must look to Magitech to even the odds. If it spares the needless deaths of our soldiers and serves the cause of this empire, there is no method I would not employ.
How very noble of you. Truly, though, I must commend you for embracing your role as Emperor. You play the part of the determined ruler well. Sometimes even I catch myself believing.
Mm-hmm.
A silent agent of death. Now that I think on it, Black Rose may well possess the perfect aspect. Slowly but surely, The deluge of light has worked upon the ether here in the source, and the gas should be most susceptible to its influence. Well, I shall leave you to your own devices. Go forth and bloody the land with your grand and glorious war.
Huh.
While you do what, precisely?
Need you ask? I will be doing what all Asians do.
I am well aware that your kind exists only to usher in the next calamity. But you seem oblivious to the harm your singular agenda causes to the Empire.
Yeah, no, he does not give a shit about the Empire.
Have forgotten the events which followed your mortal demise. Our homeland was plunged into civil war for your failure to name a successor. The edifice you so carefully constructed.
Yeah, he wants to destroy the entire world. Why do you think he cares about your empire?
Are you truly so naive?
Yeah, apparently.
You thought me oblivious to the consequences of a departure so painstakingly timed?
It was by design?
Yeah.
Well, of course it was. Though I will admit the resulting panic exceeded even my wildest expectations. But how can you be surprised? Throwing the world into disarray was the very purpose for which this nation was, as you say, so carefully constructed.
Huh?
Now, if you have no further questions, I must be on my way. Since we may not meet again in this lifetime, it would be remiss of me not to offer a word or two of gratitude. I really must thank you for this surplus of vessels. I can mold any host into my own image, but having bodies tailor-made for me in this fashion is so much less tiresome. You dabbled in elegant cloning techniques, yes? It certainly is a compelling, not to mention entertaining, field of research. And of all the options available, you chose the founding father on whom to experiment. You have a twisted streak to you, Varus, like grandsire, like grandson, hey? If events play out as planned, this will become something of a family enterprise. You will be the capstone of this world, I the anchor and shard, and together we will give the lie to this star's fraudulent existence.
Weird. Like, they're hinting at so many things, not confirming very many of them. We must leave now to convene with Eorzea's leaders, and it may be some time before I return to Doma. Akuro, I leave you in command. My lord. We shall assemble an advance party with all haste and join you in Alamigo forthwith. I've just received word from Lise. The Alliance has established a base camp near Alamigo's northeastern border. Once we've arrived in the locks, we're to report to a resistance officer stationed in Port Praetoria, who will point us in the right direction. Let's not keep them waiting. Well, I sure am glad that I unlocked that teleportation location last time. Or no, this isn't the new one. There were a couple of new ones that I unlocked last time, but it was just one of them. I do love these chocobos. Just look at them. They're absolutely gorgeous. Oh, he's a pretty baby. Ah, you must be the Scion party I was told to look out for. If you'll follow me, I'll take you directly to Alliance headquarters. Oh, okay. This is going to be another stream of cutscenes, isn't it? Sure is. Okay.
Welcome back, you two. Greetings, Lord Here. Glad you could join us.
Glad to be here. I would have come sooner, where our own defense is not in question, but I am pleased to report that our soldiers are assembling for deployment to Alamigo as we speak.
Yippee!
We're grateful for your support. Thanks to the efforts of our allies, it won't be long before we've established defensive positions on this front as well.
We have some good news too. Alphino has come back to us. As for the bad news...
Hey, please explain about the Black Rose, though. Not just Alphino's condition.
So, Alphino won't wake up. Gaius van Baelsar is alive and hunting Asians, and the Empire is planning to poison us all with toxic gas. Does that sound about right?
Yep, that's the long and short of it.
Ordinarily, any one of those things would have left me in shock. But the way things have been lately, it's all starting to seem pretty normal.
Unfortunately, yeah.
Getting back to your report, are we sure this Black Rose is the weapon Maxima was talking about?
It fits the description. And it seems we have Alphino to thank for sparing us an early demonstration of its effectiveness. I have a feeling this won't be the last time his bravery in the Empire will serve us here in Eorzea. The threat of an unknown weapon has had us all on edge. But now that we know what we're dealing with, we can take steps to defend against it. As for Gaius, I'm not sure what to think. Am I happy he's alive? Not in the slightest. Am I happy he's hunting Asians? Aye.
Yeah,
Not to say I am.
Oh, speaking of Garleans you didn't expect to see, we have a tale of our own, as it happens. When we sent envoys to the Imperial Army to request talks, they returned with the message that Varissos Galvus would be attending.
Huh?
The Emperor himself. Well, Varus did sanction the Popularis peace mission. But knowing that an Asian walks in his son's skin, I do not see how we can trust him or anyone from that nest of vipers.
I mean, you shouldn't trust them
The
anyway.
Alliance would proceed with negotiations regardless, if only to give ourselves more time to prepare. We do, however, require your cooperation.
Right. Yes. So, as a condition for the talks to go forward, the Empire has requested that a member of the Scions be present. There'll be a representative from each Alliance nation, of course, but I'm afraid we have to ask that you come along too.
God, Lise, you know how much I hate politics. But then, what choice do I have? myself, knowing the others aren't going to do it.
Nope.
Very well. I shall attend as the Scion's representative.
In case you're wondering why I didn't ask you, the Empire also requested the presence of Eorzea's champion.
Yeah, I'll be there.
That's settled then. We don't know what Varys means to bring to the table, or why he wants you there, but having you close at hand will make all the difference.
The meeting will take place on the border. Anticipating an early assault, we mean to position the bulk of our forces nearby.
The Alliance leaders should already be on their way. Once you're ready, we can head out and join them.
Well, I don't suppose it's polite to keep an emperor waiting too long, shall we? Yeah. Hit the next cutscene, please. You are not the imposter. Hey, does everybody have gas masks?
Esteemed representatives of the
I would not put it
Eorzean
past them to
Alliance.
use him as a vehicle for
On
the
behalf of the
Black
Gallian
Rose.
Empire, I thank you for inviting me here today. As this parley was convened at your request, I invite you to speak first.
Very well, Your Radiance. I, Nanimo Ulnamo, 17th in the line of Ul, should be pleased to oblige you. As recent events in Alamigo and Doma have made plain, the subjugation and exploitation of neighboring nations is not a sustainable policy. Should this day end in war, you may very well defeat us, but you will never extinguish the people's desire for freedom. Though it may not be in our lifetime, there will be another revolution, another war, and the cycle will continue. Doma has entered into a concord with the nations of Eorzea, a partnership wherein we recognize one another as equals. Garlemald could be afforded similar treatment. You need only set aside your ambitions and join us in paving a path towards peace.
You will not win me over with sophistry, Your Grace. As you know only too well, this alliance lacks the strength to keep the peace within its own borders. Even now, your struggles with the Beastmen continue unabated. Divided, you sow this fertile soil with the seeds of your differences and reap naught but discord and chaos for your trouble. Eorzea must be united under one leader, one purpose. I would offer you both and bring an end to your strife.
With all due respect, Your Radiance, the only thing that you offered the people of Alamigo was fear and hopelessness.
The citizens of Doma can also attest to the meager arms of Imperial rule. There is no purpose to be found in a life of oppression, each day more uncertain than the last.
Our people are willing to die for their freedom. A great many already have, and countless more will, if we don't put an end to this madness here and now.
We brought order and stability to your lives. This madness and bloodshed is of your own making. You broke the peace, not Garlemald.
That is not true in a very strict way, like loose and strict way.
Order. You kill our peoples, despoil our lands, take everything that is ours. And what? You expect us to lick the boot that grinds our faces into the dirt?
I expect you to weigh the costs. To recognize that countless lives have been lost on both sides in pursuit of a greater good, and to not squander all we have achieved in a fit of petulance.
Man, I want to assassinate this cat.
Your Radiance. I fear I can personally attest to the dangers of pursuing one's vision with such righteous fervor. For 1,000 years, the Holy See of Ishgard waged war with dragons. A 1,000 years of sacrifice, of sorrow and hate, in which we bathed in the blood of friend and foe alike. Had it gone on any longer, we may well have drowned. Yet we have chosen to raise ourselves out of this bloody spiral, and have since made peace with our former enemy.
Still weirdly racist about cabbages, though.
No doubt the dragons were more receptive to your overtures in the wake of their leader's demise. You speak of peace, yet use war to achieve it.
Yeah.
Your father would not have bothered to obscure his intent with honeyed words. He understood that strength is all that matters in the end. Without his clarity of vision, I can but wonder what will become of Ishgard and her people. There was a time when Garlemald too lacked a leader of conviction. Weak and unable to wield magic, we were at the mercy of the strong, from whom we sought refuge in the bitter cold of the north. Were it not for the discovery of ceruleum and the subsequent development of magitech, we might never have gained the power to take back that which was rightfully ours.
Yes?
You speak as if your people were the first to have been driven from their homes. Limsa Lominsa was built by wayward souls in search of a place to call their own. On the shores of Vilbrand we found it, and from those humble beginnings did we grow and flourish. And all without robbing our neighbors of their liberty.
So saith the pirate. Am I to believe that you simply asked the kobolds to yield up their lands and that they were happy to oblige you? That you did not drive them out like rats in the hold of one of the many ships seized by your privateers? I will concede that after centuries of exile, reclamation may be mistaken for invasion. Nevertheless, it is not. And those who till stolen soil have no right to object when cast out in turn.
Your uncompromising nature rivals that of the Ixal. They too lament circumstances which they themselves perpetuate. Were they but to embrace peace, we would welcome them with open arms. Indeed, some few have done just that. and now receive of the 12's Wood's bounty. Would that your people might learn from their example.
You dare compare us to the Birdmen? You who thought to invoke the 12 and threaten all of creation? I came here in the hope of finding some speck of common ground, but I see now these discussions will accomplish nothing. Despite what you people may believe, I am not wont to choose the sword over the olive branch. 'Tis but a pity men are loath to accept one without first being shown the other.
Wait! I beg you. This meeting was supposed to be a chance to find a way forward together, not to bemoan the missteps which brought us here. Please. If you truly consider violence a last resort, there must be a way we can come to an agreement.
I'm putting it on the table. The ball in his court.
Mistress Alize says, we did not come here to bicker over the past, but to discuss how we might strive towards a brighter future. Emperor Varys, may I suggest a short recess, that all present might compose themselves prior to beginning anew?
Very well. I pray this intermission will suffice to move these talks in a more constructive direction.
Here's hoping. I'm gonna be honest, that armor looks real uncomfortable. Imposing as hell, but uncomfortable. Phew, it's really not my forte. After his Radiance's little performance, it was all I could do not to swear at him. Honestly, don't know how I ended up playing the mediator. I just asked myself what Alphina would have done. Tried my best to do that same thing, and some miracle it worked. There really is no common ground to be found with that man, nor do I think he looked for any. So the question becomes, what did he come here to do? Because you may be certain it wasn't to make peace. Whatever it is, can't make it out. Not yet, at least. We do have a little time before the parley is due to reconvene, though, so why not try consulting with other illustrious leaders? Mayhap they have some insight to share. Talk to Ian first. This parley was never like to bring peace, but I had hoped to learn something of Emperor Varys' relation to the Assassins. Said we all, yet if he is in league with them, he is not like to volunteer the fact, and if he is not, much weaker would his position seem for their presence. We are to broach that subject, if that particularly... Oh, hello?
I hate to interrupt your stream, my little flower,
Yeah,
but there's a customer issue out front?
A little complaint or big complaint?
Just the former.
Okay, thank you. Alright. Time for another 5-minute break. We'll go ahead and we're actually able to take this one on time, thankfully. So we'll be back in 5. Talk to you soon. Okay, is this going to be like a pricing issue, or is this just like a random somebody's snuff? Alrighty. Let's take just 45 or so minutes to figure out exactly where this is going. Well, would that I knew more of the man. If you would indulge me, Lord Han, you received an imperial education, did you not? Is it true that the Emperor's will is considered absolute? There is no higher authority in Garlemald, nor else in the heavens come to that. Veneration of the gods is forbidden. The only worship permitted being that of His Radiance's own person, which is still like a religion. It's so hypocritical. Like, and I know that the writers did that on purpose. Like, that is a part of this story. But, blah. Yeah, that's... Yeah, okay. See my point? Exactly. I share your disdain for their hypocrisy. Even as they denigrate the idea of faith, they revere their leader with a fervor others reserve for the divine. The flaw common to much of the doctrine they fed us. Logical on the surface, perhaps, but contradictory upon closer inspection. I wonder if a discussion of the various discrepancies might prompt Varus to reveal something. Okay. I'll say one thing for Varus. He is well versed in Eorzean history. His interest in our affairs is that of a beast and its prey. The conqueror would know his enemies. All should know their enemies. Yet there is much and more we do not know of the Empire. It's up to us to change that, here and now. Huh, you would have me ask the Emperor himself. Well, mayhap there is some wisdom in that. Skirt the storm with his displeasure, we may yet come to our answers, even if it does mean sailing close to the wind. Lord have mercy. Lady Alice's timely interjection, we might well have come to the blows with his negotiation tip. Not that Emperor Varus left us with a great many options. Is unconditional surrender all he will accept, do you think? Ere he arrived, I would have said yes. When you heard him speak, I cannot help but think there him with some other end in mind. Exactly. He's building up to something, I know it. How should we approach the rest of the parley? Do anything to say, Warrior of Light? Invite Varus to explain himself. You believe he may be more apt to reveal the truth if we put him at his ease? Mayhap you're right. Do then. You've spoken with everyone then? Good. Now all that remains is to await the pleasure of the Emperor. I hope we fare better at the second attempt.
Now then, who would have the floor?
Before we resume, I wish to offer you an apology. After you graciously accepted our invitation to discuss an armistice, we have done naught but rebuke you at every opportunity. I believe I speak for all of us when I say we are deeply sorry for our discourtesy.
I'll admit your familiarity with our affairs surprised me, and served to remind me how little I know of yours.
I think all here can understand the desire to reclaim one's homeland. But why expand further? That is my question.
If I may, the answer can be found in the Imperial doctrine they took great pains to impart to my people. Recognizing the threat icons pose to the world, Solus Zos Galvus decreed that they were to be eradicated. To this end, he began a campaign to unite all lands under the Garlean banner. Or so we were taught. Yet the Emperor only reached the burn, the barren said to have been laid waste by icons, after conquering all the lands that lay between. What is more, I am quite certain the practice of summoning was not nearly so widespread in the days before the Empire's founding.
When you put it like that, it all starts to sound like an excuse, doesn't it? But to distract from what? Why are you really waging this war?
Finally, you ask the right question. I can but hope you heed mine answer and at last accept the righteousness of our cause.
Depends on if you're telling the truth.
My goal is this: to return the world to the way it once was, the way it was always meant to be. In doing so, mankind will be made whole once more.
And what does that mean?
No longer will we suffer from the dissension born of our differences. There will be but one race, a perfect race, as we were when time began.
Dude, that's
What
eugenics.
in Rorga's name are you talking about?
I am talking about the origins of the star, of the source and its 13 reflections. At the instant of the great sundering, 'twas not only the world that was shattered, but mankind itself. Thus were we divided into myriad races, each with its own unique imperfections. That is why man looks upon his neighbor and feels fear and hatred, why he wages war, why he kills his brother. You all in your own way have proven as much today. The peace you seek is but a fleeting solution to a fundamental problem. One which calls for more drastic measures. To bring about everlasting peace, our worlds must be rejoined. That is the goal the Empire would see realized. The glorious future unto which we shall one day shepherd mankind.
A rejoining of worlds.
I have heard this tale of the source and its reflections before.
Are these not the self-same desires as the Ascians?
Yeah.
Prevaris, do not trust in their words. They will lead you to your doom. My father thought to use them, but in the end he succumbed to their temptations. He embraced summoning like so many other pawns before him. Do not tell us you mean to do the same.
To be a pawn, free from the burden of choice, would be a blessing. But I forswore that privilege the day I learned that the Gallian Empire was built by the hand of an Ascian.
Oh, okay. We're just putting that on the table now, huh? Like, the expansion hasn't even properly started yet, but we're just putting that out on the table right now.
Yes. My grandsire, the former emperor, is of their number. And who better to build an empire capable of bringing about the calamitous change we desire? Would you condemn me for this alliance? For bowing to the will of these shadowy masters when the prize is true and lasting peace?
I mean, that peace comes at the destruction of everything. So yeah, kinda.
I come not to conquer, but to liberate. To free man from the prison of divergence.
Still sounds like eugenics, my dude.
Imagine a world united. One perfect race beneath a single standard.
Ooh, yeah. No. Gross. Extra gross.
An army before whose might these servants of darkness and light would fly as leaves in a storm, never again to meddle in man's affairs. We would be the masters of our own fate.
No, that's not how that works.
I bid you join me, not
as subjects of Garlemald, but of a new nation. And together we shall win freedom for ourselves and generations yet unborn.
Big 1984 vibes.
You want to trigger another half-dozen calamities? You can't be serious!
Have you forgotten how many died? There will be no one left.
Do you truly imagine we would aid you in your bloodletting?
It is unthinkable, unconscionable.
And what is the alternative? To be as cattle waiting for slaughter? I would have us work together, that we might take fate into our own hands.
Into your hands, perhaps. But what of the other worlds, your radiance? With every calamity, you obliterate a star and every soul that dwells on it.
To the Ascians, we are all but tiny, momentary specks within an indifferent universe. We cannot hope to oppose them until we have been made whole once more.
No, you're just trying to replace them.
Are these truly the words of Garlemald's ruler? The flaws and foibles which you so abhor are what make us who we are. Every nation, even yours, Emperor Varys, is made whole through the combination of these imperfections, the strengths of one compensating for the weaknesses of another. While it is true that man succumbs
I love Nanamo
all
as a
too
character.
often to
She's
anger
so
and
well thought out.
avarice, he may yet overcome his baser instincts through the forming of bonds with others, fostering community and cooperation. That the protector of an empire should not only reject these fundamental truths, but seek to change them at so dear a cost to life is indefensible. Such a man is not fit to govern.
And you, warrior of light, would you refuse me as well?
Not condone such a loss of life.
It would seem the Alliance is of one mind on this matter.
You Eorzeans never cease to disappoint me. Though I suppose I have only myself to blame for expecting more from savages. This discussion is at an end. I bid you make ready for our next meeting. It will not be at the negotiating table.
Oh, I can't wait to kick his ass. He at least has more decorum than his son ever did. But I can also see why his son was the way he was now. Came back to find Doma's advance party ready and waiting for battle. So as worrying as our little chat with the Emperor was, it did buy enough time for us to at least some of our allies to arrive. I guess we'll go with that one. It's fine. salmon muffin. Ah. Salmon on a bagel is one thing, but salmon in a muffin?
I'm not sure what I was
Ugh.
expecting from our meeting with the Emperor, but it
Well,
wasn't
maybe that's
that.
good.
Still, at least we know now what he's really after.
Aye, a future built on a mountain of bodies. I too want the Asians dead, but not at any cost.
The last of the reinforcements from Dorma arrived not long ago. I pray it will be enough.
It's a bit hypocritical. If Garlemald was founded by Asians, how could he ever think that founders would allow him to actually destroy them, you know?
If the Gallians come in force, we may not have much say in the matter, even with our combined strength.
We knew from the first that the odds would be against us. But if there is even the slightest chance of victory, we must do everything in our power to seize it.
We must seize it, full stop.
Here!
The two of you are to join an irregular unit and support the main host. I won't bother asking if you're minded to fight.
Oh, we are.
After coming this far, how could I not? And for once, there's no one around to count them on me. Not that they would. Not even my brother. But we all know who really make the difference. Ready to frighten some Garleans?
You know it.
I wouldn't want to be on their side.
Might I ask you to accompany the Dorman contingent? They are strangers here, and your presence would do much to raise their spirits.
Sure thing.
We would be honored.
When our people stride out with you in their midst, I dare say the Eorzeans will feel an ilm taller themselves. High spirits have a way of spreading.
What I wouldn't give to join you. But my duties as field commander will not allow it. I leave the front lines in your capable hands.
Alright, old man, but stay in shape.
Comrades, ready your arms. The hour of battle has come. May the crystal guide us to victory!
Since the others couldn't be here, we'll have to fight twice as hard. If Alphino wakes to find the Imperials have won, I shall never hear the end of it.
It's true, you wouldn't. Well, he'd probably be dead, so, I mean...
Strange. I thought I would be terrified when the fighting started. I should be terrified. But with you at our side, I can't help feeling everything is going to be all right.
We're still gonna die.
So
Let's
please,
do what we can.
don't you dare leave me alone.
Wasn't planning on it.
No matter what happens, we have to survive together.
Regular duty has been added to duty finder and support. Ooh, okay, Alright, I'm gonna go for it, folks. See if we can do this in the amount of time we have left in today's stream. Hang on, this is one that I can do with NPCs, so let me go ahead and do that, actually. Much as I prefer to do stuff with a party of actual people, let's go ahead and NPC it up. Just to go ahead and get it done, you know? Like a Magitech World War I. Weird to me that Ian is considered the tank of this, even though he's a samurai. That one. Oh, there it is. Okay. I was like, where in the world is the entrance to the next thing? Something else over there. Maybe there'd be a treasure or something. Oh, how fast the land is ruined by our own deeds. You're just gonna keep giving me verifier, huh? Okay. Not that I'm complaining. Just feels odd. Oh, that's a big lad. Ow. Well, that's a neat mechanic. Ow. Ooh, just in time. Thank you. Oh, I did not get hit by that. That makes me feel bad. That means I was outside it during the wrong time.
It's all over now. You shall fall soon enough.
No, I'm gonna save it. There we go. Ooh, treasure. Thank you. The stuff we're running through must be toxic as hell. Like this, I'm pretty sure this is that cerulean stuff the Garleans use for fuel, right? There we go. Let's see if those would be improvements. Sure. To the fray we go. Pippin's here with us now, too. Maybe it's just because I learned Red Mage before I learned Black Mage, but the rhythm of Red Mage definitely feels a lot better than Black Mage does. Like, it almost feels musical, if that makes sense. Whoa. Three. Now it's 1, 2, 3, 4. Now. Like, Red Mage feels like I'm conducting a symphony. Oh. I see. What the heck is this thing? Prometheus. Oh. I thought we were already doing that. No. No. Where next? Where next? Take care of my own healing. Thank you very much. This thing is made of HP, which I guess, you know, most enemies in video games are, honestly, but still. Oh, hello?
Looks like I brought a gross bug inside again.
No, okay, does he still have it in a jar, or is he let it
It's
out,
in
or
a
what?
jar,
Okay.
but Lynn's looking at it like it's candy.
Okay, just keep her from eating it. I'll be there as soon as I can, okay, sweetie? Okay. We are most of the way through this dungeon, thankfully. Oh, 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 jeepers. Oh, oh no. Oh, crud. Okay. Okay. Well, I'm gonna take a 5-minute break, and we'll be right back. We're gonna deal with the rest of this dungeon. All right. Be back soon. All right. You no. No. I told you stop bringing those inside. Alrighty, let's go ahead and get this finished. Oh, we had it down to so little HP last time. Oh, we were almost done. Oh, I'm so ticked about that. Because if I'd been with a real person party, they just would have rezzed me, you know? Oh well. Some shortcut that was. Seriously, this has like a very strong World War I vibe. Alright, let's kick this thing's ass. Done with it. Of course it's back up to full HP. Of course it is. Oof. Yeah, that's fine. Just... Oh my goodness. Goodness gracious, that's a big hit. So theoretically it should do a frontal attack first, then a rear attack. Does that stay the same every time, or is that random? Front attack first. And is it going to do a rear attack? Yes it is. Okay, okay. Look at me recognizing patterns. I think I did that out of order, but it's fine. We'll make up for it later. Do that. Force this all into the middle. Okay, it's over there. Go this a ways. Okay, come on. Just barely got that casting off. Did it get easier since the last time? Because I feel like we're peeling this thing's HP a lot faster now. Or was I just so, like, focused and honed in that I wasn't catching it? In the back attack. Yep, there we are. Hit it with this bad boy. Nope, let's actually hit with the burst out first. And then burst fire. Just towards the middle. Yep, that's fine. Okay, I'm just going to hit with the 1-2 from that. So make sure we get both of them off. Excellent. There we go.
soon enough.
Where are these jerks?
This knight does not yield. Out of my way.
Oh my goodness. Yeah. What? I mean, I guess that lets me completely, like, blow that ability faster, but okay. Just a meat grinder of an area. Ooh, they are pulling out all of the toys. I don't know, like, this is obviously like a reskinned gorilla enemy. I don't know if we've seen a robotic version of this before.
You should fall soon enough.
Oop. That should have been for another main cast. I got out of order. Oh, come on. Uh-oh, 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 uh-oh. I am shocked I survived that. That would have been bad. I would not glad I didn't wipe again. Remember, you're here for my company, not for good gaming. I am not good at gaming. Ooh. Nice. Ooh, I actually get to be the one to use a limit break this time. Ah, the Emperor's bodyguards. These savages bested our vanguard? Impressive. But in the end, they are only that. Savages. Now let us be brief. His radiance awaits. Oof. Alright, alright. Rude much. Okay, so it's going to be kind of an being aware of not just damage that canister is going to cause, but the ones that it's going to cause to pop around it as well. Duly noted. Oh my goodness. Owie. Okay, so the point there is to try and get away from the edge, if at all possible. Okay, I'm getting it, I'm getting it. It's just taking me a second. And there she goes. Neat. Very cool. I like that mechanic. Aw, nice little high five there. Back around the clock. Ow. Ow! Oh, are you kidding me? Oh, come on! That was nonsense. I only got hit by one of those things. Oh, do you mean the old, the previous emperor, the one who's definitely an Ascian and probably, like, my theory is he's Emmett Selch? Yes, that guy. Okay, good. Yeah, no kidding. No kidding he was a theater kid. Yeah. I'm on the last fight of this duty. And woof. This one's beating my ass. But yeah, they did definitely like tip their hand that like, oh hey, we've met 2 of these Ascians. But the third one is a mystery, and then immediately revealed that that guy was an Ascian. So, you know, have a thought. Okay, that one's the one that's attacking us first. Oh, come on. I can't ban you right now. Chat, would you please report that goon? Ow. But hey, I understand that, mechanic now. Thank goodness I am we. Thank you very much, Reku. Rude. I was staying away from you, bitch. Oh.
You shall fall soon enough.
Oh, boo. I do love that they high-five when they're done. Like, that's really cool. It's real cute, you know? Like, they're gonna do this, they're gonna bounce back and forth a whole bunch. They're gonna land there, and then they're gonna high five. Stab. Stab, I say. Okay. Whew. That was the thing that killed me last time. Since this is the last thing... Oh, okay. That's fine. I was about to use my limit break. Okay. You should feel honored. You are those who we have witnessed this twice. Oh boy. Go ahead and heal myself. You're still those who have witnessed this. Okay. What, you two just standing there? Menacingly? That's not what I wanted. I wanted that. Spam. And ban. Woof. Finally done. I had to repeat several of those fights, but it's fine. It's fine. It's all good, right?
We did it! I dare say they'll be reeling from this.
You were truly inspiring in battle, my friend. I'm determined not to be outdone, but there seems to be no one left to fight.
A tactical withdrawal, perhaps?
We should give chase. Finish them off while we have the chance. Imagine the other surprise when they wake to find the war already won.
Whoop.
The light will expunge all life. Only you can forestall the calamity. Throw wide the gates.
Oof. Hope she's with her brother.
Oh no. Don't tell me. Are you all right?
And here, I don't know if that means I'm all right.
Quickly, we must get her back to the encampment.
Yeah, time. Yep. So the Garleans have been routed, have they? Well done. But this exchange was no more than a test of our strength, like, isn't it? They won't taking any chances now that the Emperor has joined the fray. They'll want to take their time, whittle down our defenses. Still, with our help, with your help, and that of the Eastern allies, we've passed the first test. Our line is unbroken. As for Alice, well, she's in good hands over at the infirmary. That poor girl, she spends so much time in this infirmary. My lord, the chirurgeons have completed their examination of Mistress Alice, and it's as we feared. She's locked in a slumber without any outward cause. Just like the others. Damn it all. Aye, the Garleans picked a fine time to come knocking. 5 scions incapacitated, and with the enemy at our doorstep, I cannot spare the men to assist in the search for a cure. Best I can do is see to it that Alice is escorted safely back to the Rising Stones. Ugity and I will return to our encampment. The main contingent of our forces from the Far East is under sail, and all must be made ready for their arrival. I'll not keep you then. Judging by the Garleans' recent movements, or lack thereof, they won't be launching any other offensives in the immediate future. You should return to the Rising Stones. Given the plight of your fellow scions, I can understand if you feel on edge, but you'll be no good to anyone without rest. That's fair. That is fair. We're going to head back to Revenant's Toll, finish up this quest, and that's probably where we're going to end for the stream for the day. Because we are actually... Ooh, I'm actually 20 minutes past my usual dead stop cutoff time. Yikes. There's probably a lot of stuff for me to take care of. Ah, then, welcome home. Word has it you and Mistress Alice gave the Garleans quite a thrashing. Speaking of whom, where is Mistress Alice? I was certain she would have returned by now. Explain. 12, not her too. Butcher and I will ready the infirmary for her arrival. We will also need to send a message to Taru post-haste. Or that I had something other than grim tidings to share with her. And with you too, for that matter. It grieves me to report that the Archon's condition remains unchanged. As we speak, Holtene, Kryl, and Master Matoya continue to explore every possible avenue. Alas, their efforts have yet to bear fruit. But all is not lost. You are still hale and whole, after all. Though I suspect you must be tired from your journey, you should rest, my friend. Leave the worrying to us for the time being, at least. Now see, were this an anime, this would be their way of, like, writing off the last season's main characters and in a new season's main characters, but I don't think that's what's happening here. Meanwhile, at the border of Alamigo. More cutscenes. Get out of here with that golf bag. For what is it good for? Absolutely nothing. Ah, Lynn, yours is a welcome face indeed in these troubled times, though if you've come to inquire about our stricken brothers and sisters, I'm afraid I have naught to report. Fultonay and the others continue their tireless search for answers, and I too have done all in my power to assist them, alas. My apologies for the intrusion. I was told Master Alphino had been brought here and wished to see if his condition had improved. Oh yeah, Xenos absolutely carries his swords in a golf bag. Mistress Lynn, I have heard about your part played in driving back the Empire's forces. Thank you. That you were able to stop them, if only for a short while, gives me hope. I realize how strange such words must sound coming from Garlean's lips, but I speak out of the love I bear for my homeland, because I wish to see an end to the bloodshed. That is why I chose to share all that I know with the Alliance. Though I will surely be branded a traitor, I am content to bear that ignominy. It will seem a small price to pay if it helps to prevent this conflict from escalating further. But enough of my prattling. The war is not what brought me all this way. I came to see Master Alphino. An acquaintance of Lynn and Alphino, are you? Well, far be it from me to turn away good company. If you'll follow me, good sir. When word reached me that Alphino had returned, it seemed only right that I visit him. It pains me to see him thus. I take solace in the knowledge that he is safe and well cared for. He fought valiantly at the burn. Populares could not have wished for a more committed ally. I know not how he came to be so afflicted, but I pray a cure will be found soon. On an unrelated note, you may be interested to know that I traveled here in the company of another acquaintance of yours. Oh. He waits my return at North Silvertier, and I'm certain he would be glad to see you, assuming you can spare the time, that is. Okay, so that's where we're going to leave things off, on that little tantalizing note. Brief Reprieve suggests we're somewhere either near the end or near the beginning of the next patch in the pre-Shadowbringers patches. But that'll be a thing for next time. Let's go back over to just chatting for a moment, and I'm going to find a place to send you all off to. Ooh, the next patch is Shadowbringers proper. Okay, good to know, good to know, good to know. So, thank you very much for stopping by, weary travelers. I hope you've enjoyed today's Final Fantasy XIV stream. I will be back tomorrow, Saturday, August 17th, but not on this channel. Instead, I'll be taking part in Captain Hurricane's anniversary stream. Let's just go ahead and give them a shout out here. I feel like everybody who's watching right now already knows that that's going to happen, and you'll be there. Right. Okay, that's what I thought. Anyway, until then, for more information about future streams here, keep an eye on our Twitter and Blue Sky at Come and Go Tavern for announcements and daily check-ins from the Come and Go. I have been your hostess, Sheela Ornthalis, and if you need to prop your feet up for a little while longer, we've got some more entertainment coming up soon via a raid. So let's see who is on the menu right now and where I can send you off to. Oh, Sonomikon's online right now. We are absolutely gonna raid. Okay, so, as I said before, I will see you tomorrow over on Captain Hurricane's stream. But until then, have a wonderful evening. Bye, 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 bye.